comes up a little short out of her front structure, but a female that's got some length to her. She's got some power to her hip. A little more of a highly presented female that comes in third of the young ladies. I think at first and on the standstill, you might be drawn into that heifer in third. She's square down her top, square out of her hip. I think she comes a little more problematic as you ask her to go. Young lady, I wish your heifer was just a little sounder. If she was a little more flexible in terms of her stride, I think we could have switched the pair in second and third. Heifer that comes in fourth, young man, when I walk behind him, I think as far as her boldness of rib, her width down her top and out of her hip, the way her neck sets at the top of her shoulders, I thought, here we go. This is going to be a really nice female. As you back off and look at her to the side, she needs a little bigger bone. She needs a little freer stride for us to really like the way she's designed. The heifer that completes the group, I think another strong heifer in terms of width and power and substance. Young lady, I'd like to just refine that heifer's neck and front end ever so slightly, but a powerful female that concludes this class.
In Class 10 of Foundation Simmental heifers, first place goes to Sophie Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants, and second place to Nicholas Vondrak of Liberty Perry Pacers. Congratulations. Class 11 is another Foundation Simmental class. This class made up of Kennedy Sitzman of Grant Clever Clovers and Sailor Yower of Hinton FFA.
A big, long female here to win this class. Young lady's got a heifer that if we just tone her down in terms of size, I think we'd find a lot of good parts and pieces to her because her structure and balance and levelness is very nice to look at. To me, just her length of neck, her shape of head, her smoothness of shoulder, very good. Like her top line and hip structure, big foot foundation. I think she moves adequate as you ask her to get around the ring. But just for as big as she is, we'd like to see a little more shape to the mid part of her body. But I like that heifer's length, levelness, and structure. Heifer that comes in second, she is more moderate, and there was some classes earlier in the day where we leaned towards cattle that were a little more honest in their body, a little more moderate in their frame. I did think there was too much quality to pass that up in this case because this heifer that comes in second is a little more round and coarse in her make. I'd like to even up her udder floor, but she is powerful. She does have a good turn to her rib. We'd like just to see her a little more maternal in her overall look. Very nice class here of two heifers.
Class 11 of Foundation Simmentals, first place goes to Sailor Yower of Hinton FFA, and second place to Kennedy Sitzman of Grant Clever Clovers. Next, the judge will select his champion Foundation Simmental and reserve champion Foundation Simmental.
Well, a nice division here of Foundation Simmental heifers. My compliments to the young people in this division, the biggest division of the day. So to get to this point was challenging to do so. The heifers that win each class, I think, are the two females that are really in discussion to win this division, and they honestly couldn't be more different. But I think when you evaluate all the positives, they're the two that you're naturally drawn to. The two seconds, females that we like in certain areas, but I think in the big picture of things, we'd like to enhance their structural design and maternal quality. The heifer that wins the first class, we like her in terms of just her mature size. Female that to me is very sound in her feet and legs. She's adequate in the angles, clean in her joints, yet big enough in her foot and her bone work. I think a heifer that's nice and fresh in her condition. As you study into her, I think she's got just enough rear flank and real body shape. I think there's enough width and dimension, but she's not a substance heifer or a body heifer. I think just a sound heifer that's fresh and attractive enough to look at as she stands. Then you get to the big baldy heifer with a little bit of a white foot. I think in terms of strength to her top line, lines, quality to her structure and size of foot and bone, a lot of positives. I like her condition. I think if I could just cut this heifer off about 6 inches of her leg and make her a little more sensible in her overall size, especially relative to the amount of body she has, I think that's a heifer that you could justify and say, absolutely, she needs to win this division. But with her extra length and height, I think it comes to question just how much does it take to keep her in adequate flesh? What does she look like without that feed bucket in front of her? But when you study her balance, her lines, her bones, I think there's positives there. So I'll go show you the way I like them. I think they're both good cattle. Young ladies do a tremendous job presenting and showing the cattle out here. Let's put our hands together and congratulate the cattle and exhibitors in this division.
Congratulations to Champion Foundation Simmental Sophie Beadlesbacher. And Reserve Champion Foundation Simmental to Sailor Yower. Moving on to Class 12, our first class of commercial heifers. In this class, we have Nathan Murrah of Stanton Lucky Clovers, Chasen Yower of Liberty Perry Pacers, Benjamin Yeager of Classy Clovers, Jonathan Blackmore of Stanton Lucky Clovers.
moderate frame class of heifers. The female that wins, to me, it just represents the best kind of cattle in terms of refinement, yet big and bold in her rib, and plenty sound in terms of her structure. Female that's got a really nice teat and udder structure underneath of her as well. I think where she beats the heifer in second is her comfort to her top line and her smoothness to her shoulder, but a good sound, honest female there to go ahead and win the class. Powerful, thick-ended red heifer coming next. A little tighter in her top, a little bolder in her shoulder, but you like her substance and her width. Young man, just want to see that heifer a little more relaxed in her spine. And I actually thought about moving up your heifer in third to second, young man, because I think she is sounder. She's more comfortable in her top line as she walks. She just gets a little flat from behind, in my opinion, and a little deep to her chest relative to the amount of real rib cage shape that she has. But female that's sound and got some comfort to her top line. The next two cattle, a little bit in terms of power is needed. But the young man's heifer's got a little more rib to her. I think she's going to have a little easier fleshing opportunity moving forward. The young man that completes the set, kind of the lower performing greener heifer, I think she is more feminine about her head and neck than the heifer just in front, but she needs to be more powerful and bigger ribbed, I think, to slide her on up the class. Congratulations, a good class of 5 heifers.
In Class 12 of commercial heifers, first place goes to Chasen Yower of Liberty Perry Pacers. Second place to Benjamin Yeager of Classy Clovers. Class 13 of commercial heifers is made up of Jace Fisher of Lamar's FFA, Paul Detloff of Johnson Juniors, Calla Langle of Grant Clever Clovers, and Alexis Breitbarth of Grant Clever Clovers.
The boldest rib power heifer works up in this group. We could see her a little more athletic in her structure, but I think when you study all things considered, rib, muscle, balance, I think that's the female that's going to surface most of the time. She needs to be a little just trimmer and neater up front, but you like her rib and you like her power. The young lady's heifer that comes in second, I love the angle and slope of that heifer's shoulder. The way her neck attaches to the top of it is very ideal. She needs a little more strength and stability to her hind leg. She needs to be a little bolder in the center part of her rib. But when you just study structure and function, I think she's just the next best cow of what we have left in the class. The next heifer that we look at, young man's female that's giving him a tough time out here, she needs more rib, but she's cleaner and stouter than the next two females. The next two heifers, you like their function to their body. They're a little bit more uncoordinated in the travel of their rear too, and I'm grouping them together because I think they're very similar to look at. They're cattle with some rib, maybe a little flatter rib design, a little more hawked in as you study them from behind, but they got some function. They have some turnout value and cow value as far as fleshing ability goes. Congratulations, a nice class of heifers there in this division.
In Class 13 of commercial heifers, first place goes to Jace Fisher of Lamar's FFA. Second place to Alexis Breitbarth of Grant Clever Clovers. Class 14 of commercial heifers, we have Sophie Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants, Broden Powell of Liberty Perry Pacers, and Kendra Shipper of Grant Little Giants, and Avery Vonderak. This is just an announcement for winners, first and second place winners of classes 12 and 13 of commercial heifers to be on deck, please.
Nice class. Again, much like we said in that Angus show earlier, the class you draw might dictate your placing more than the quality of your calf as we've worked throughout the day, because, again, this is a class where we have 4 really nice cattle, and honestly, I could see a lot of justifications. Female that wins, she's the right kind, she's moderate, she's bold, she's stout, she's sound. Young man does a nice job getting her presented. It looks like he's worked really hard to get a nice fresh hair coat on her here as well as he gets ready for the county fair. A big stout heifer. I think where she beats heifer in second is her pin width, her substance, her bone. You know, maybe not quite as sleek and elegant, but I think absolutely fine in that regard. A nice red and white heifer to win the class. The outline, the scale, the length falls to the advantage of the heifer in second. She's longer necked, she's smoother shouldered, she's got, I guess, a nicer belly line, you might say, but she needs to be stouter. She's a little petite for my liking in terms of her forearm and foot, a little flatter from behind, but again, the young lady brings us a heifer that's balanced. She's eye-appealing. She's fresh in her condition. What makes the class really interesting as we continue to work through the set is the young man's heifer here that sits in third is got as many outline pieces as any of the cattle in the group. Really comfortable in her spine, really nice in how her neck attaches to the top of her shoulder design. She might be as neat and true in the angle and bend to her knee and shoulder as we have in the group. I think just relative to her stretch and length, I'd like to just see more real heart, more real flank and body in that heifer, but I can see people really liking just her structure and her freshness an awful lot. Again, young lady that concludes the set, to have a bold-ribbed, wide-pinned, neat-necked heifer sitting in fourth is really a testament to the quality of this class, because I think there's a tremendous value in the female on the standstill. Young lady, when your heifer starts moving is where I think she ends up fourth. She's not as comfortable and as nice in terms of her front structure, but boy, that's a really nice class as we work through it.
First place in Class 14 of commercial heifers goes to Broden Powell of Liberty Perry Pacers. Second place goes to Kendra Shipper of Grant Little Giants. Third place to Sophie Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants. And fourth place to Avery Vondrack of Liberty Perry Pacers. The judge is now going to select his Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion commercial heifers.
a big, good division of cattle here in our commercial show. 3 classes, and our 3 class winners all represent little different kinds. The black and white heifer, a real cowy, moderate, sound female, maybe not as extra as the 2 cattle behind her in terms of bone and look, but relative to the 5 in that class, her combination of structure, body shape was just enough to go ahead and win. Heifer in second was stouter, not as comfortable in her top line. Young man's female that comes to us out of class 2. One of the bigger ended, bigger ribbed heifers out here. Her widest point on her, though, is her shoulders. So we'd like to just neaten and smooth her up front, give her a little more elegance. Heifer was second, was more elegant, but probably sacrificed the power. That was the discussion in that pair. I think the heat of the division comes out of class 3, where you had that powerful, balanced red and white heifer and a really balanced, attractive heifer that was a little more petite in second. I think a tremendous lineup of commercial heifers. The 2 out of class 3 will stay together. Put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors.
Congratulations to Broden Powell of Liberty Perry Pacers, winning Grand Champion Commercial Heifer. And Reserve Grand Champion Commercial Heifer goes to Kendra Shipper of Grant Little Giants. All right, we're going to do the champion breeding heifer and reserve champion breeding heifers next. Exhibitors, you can make your way into the ring. Champion Angus went to Kendra Shipper, Champion Charlet, Jacob Spencer, Champion Kianina, Tessa Ellenzone, Champion Foundation Simmental, Sophie Beetlesbacher, Champion Horned Hereford, Brady Allen, Champion Polled Hereford, Chloe Bulkey, Champion Maintainer, Madison Hoppy, Champion Red Angus, Bailey Schoenfelder, Champion Simmental, Avery Vondrack, Champion Foundation Simmental, Sophie Beetlesbacher. Yes, Sophie Beetlesbacher. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yep. And then Champion Commercial, Broden Powell. I have a couple announcements to make. We'd first like to remind exhibitors to please thank their trophy donors. Please also sign up for the ribbon auction on Monday. The deadline to sign up is 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, Saturday. We also invite buyers to the ribbon auction on Monday at 9 a.m. Just a reminder for our breeding winners to please make sure at your convenience you stop by the backdrop to have your picture taken.
What a good heifer show here at Plymouth County. It's been a blessing to be with you guys here this morning. A tremendous summer day. I couldn't imagine a county fair with this nice of weather. I think when I was growing up, it seemed like it was 100 degrees no matter what time you started the show. And so what a great day to show cattle and probably hardly break a sweat. So I thought the young people did a tremendous job today. It's been a very good show. It's hard to go to many county fairs and find the kind of quality of cattle that we have here in the ring, and I think that's a testament to the quality of your kids and the leadership within your county and surrounding communities that allowed for such a nice event here today in your breeding heifer show. I honestly didn't know what we were going to get into as far as quality in cattle. I haven't been to too many county fairs in this part of the world, but this kind of was a great opportunity to get some exposure to your youth and your 4-H programs here in your county and this part of the state. So first off, just want to make one or two comments to the young people in the ring and everybody that showed today. Thank you guys for doing the Beef Project. There's a lot of county fairs that don't have the kind of attendance, the kind of participation that we see here in the ring today. And I'm impressed with the quality of cattle, the presentation level, and the obvious work ethic that the young people in this county have displayed today, but that shows the work they've put in throughout the last couple months or really year to continue this project and to craft their skills year over year. So I challenge each of you here in the show ring to continue with this project, because whether it's this project or another livestock species, the skills that you're going to gain will go far beyond the show ring. Even if you hang your show halter up when you're 18 years old and you move on to college and maybe you come back into agriculture and maybe you don't. We just hope that you remember us here in agriculture and you continue to push forward in everything that you do, and you will get to do a lot of great things in life if you take the opportunities and the skills that you gain through this program and put them to work as you go into your next step. So thanks for your effort in coming here today. I think there's a few heifers that are in contention to win. As I came out here and evaluated them, to me, I think there's a dominant champion. And for reserve, it's going to get rather close. I think that there's a few different ways you can go, and I'm probably going to study one more time before I pick your champion female. That's not taken away from any other heifer out here, because it's just one man's opinion. A lot of people can choose a lot of different cattle and not be wrong. I had a good conversation with somebody the other day, and as good as the cattle are getting that we're showing and exhibiting, there's a lot of cattle that are deserving of the accolades. It really comes down to a matter of opinion on which kind of cattle you like and what's going to win that day. And so with my opinion, I think there is a dominant champion in a dogfight for reserve. I'll show you who they are, but we got a big crowd, probably one of the bigger crowds I've seen at a county fair heifer show. Put your hands together and reward these exhibitors with a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Broden Powell of Liberty Perry Pacers for receiving Champion Breeding Heifer. Congratulations to reserve champion breeding heifer, Tessa Ellenzone of Grant Clever Clovers.
Is it? Hi, I'm Claire Blezick, the 18-year-old daughter of Doug and Glenda Blezick. I'm representing the Grant Clever Clovers 4-H Club, and I'm your 2022 Plymouth County Fair Queen. And Tessa Ellenzone is one of the fair princesses this year, and she just got reserve grand champion, so congratulations to her.
Yeah, that was good. Hi, my name is Lauren Sadoff. I'm the 17-year-old daughter of Kelly and Missy Sadoff of Akron. I'm representing the Johnson Juniors 4-H Club, and I am one of your 2022 Plymouth County Fair princesses.
Hi, I'm Allison Ball. I'm the 16-year-old daughter of Jason and Christy Ball. I'm representing the Union Livewires 4-H Club, and I'm the 2022 Miss Congeniality.
I'm Jake Utesh, the 17-year-old son of Doug and Jill Utesh. I represent the Kingsley Patriots 4-H Club, and I'm the 2022 Plymouth County Fair King.
Hi, my name is Brandon Gangler. I'm the 17-year-old son of Jeff and Stephanie Gangler. I represent the Stanton Lucky Clovers 4-H Club, and I'm a 2022 Prince.
My name is Carson Luch. I'm a 17-year-old son of Jason and Stephanie Luch. I represent the Union Livewires and the MMCRU FFA chapter, and I'm the other Fair Prince.
Hi, I'm Wade Fisher. I'm the 18-year-old son of Jody Fisher and the late Mike Fisher. I'm representing the Grant Little Giants 4-H Club, and I'm your 2022 Mr. Personality.
My name is Tessa Ellenzone. I'm the 17-year-old daughter of Nikki Sitzman and Eric Ellenzone, and I'm representing the Grant Clever Clovers 4-H Club.
That is our 22 Plymouth County Fair royalty. If you see him around, please say hi and tell him congratulations. Have a great day, everybody.
We're going to go ahead and move on to our market program. Class number 1 of the market beef is our performance beef class, made up of Jackson Lindgren of Kingsley Crowners, Ava Spencer of Stanton Lucky Clovers, Lucas Sheehan of Union Livewires, and Morgan Knapp of Johnson Juniors.
I'd say you could do a lot of different things in this group. The steer that's going to win just to me appears to have the most meat and muscle out of his hip. He's the widest in his chest. Obviously, we're kind of at some calves here that maybe aren't the most finished at their weight yet, but this calf's meaty and muscular. He could be a little sounder as you study him to the ground. Steer that comes in second, I think if he was a little closer to his end point, I could stand his practicality more and slide him up. He's a better jointed, sounder calf. I think he needed more muscle behind his shoulder, and he needed a bit more flank. The calf that comes in third, I like his practical rib, his structure. I think hands-on, he just needed a little more true muscle shape and power. And the steer that concludes the set's got the most finish. He may have gained the best, I'm not sure. But to me, that's the flattest muscled steer of the group that just needs powered up.
Congratulations to Lucas Sheehan of Union Live Wires, first place in class number 1 of Performance Beef. Second place of class number 1 of Performance Beef goes to Ava Spencer of Stanton Lucky Clovers. Class number 2 of Performance Beef, we have Jackson Lindgren of Kingsley Crowners, Ava Vondrak of Liberty Perry Pacers, Mason Peters of Union Vikings, Aaron Johnson of Grant Clever Clovers. Aaron Johnson is receiving 8th place for a rate of gain of 3.53 and $5 from the Plymouth County Cattlemen's Association.
Here in our next class of the Performance Beef Division, I think the Smoky Calf really stands alone in this group. He had one of the better average daily gains, but to me, he represents the most muscular yet practical, performance-oriented calf of the group. I think he's plenty sound enough as he's asked to go. The Hereford calf's got a little more finish on him. He's a little longer bodied. I don't think he's got quite as much meat and muscle down his top and out of his hip, but is a sound steer that's very, very easy feeding. Then we get to the young man's calf in third. I thought that the top 3 cattle offered some trade-off. He is a fatter calf that's got more finish on him. I think he's still got a really big top. I think a calf that probably just need a little more stretch and length of body, and a calf that concludes the set a little flatter in his muscle make versus the cattle just ahead, but he's finished. He's at his end point, and I appreciate you for getting him to that level. Congratulations, and thank you to those exhibitors for participating in this class.
Congratulations to Aaron Johnson of Grant Clever Clovers receiving first place in class number 2 of Performance Beef. Second place of this class goes to Ava Vondrak of Liberty Perry Pacers. Class number 3 of Performance Beef, we have Max Schnepp. Max had the 9th place and first place average daily gain. The 9th place average daily gain was 3.46, and the first place average daily gain was 4.95. Max is receiving $15 total from the Plymouth County Cattlemen's Association. Mitchell Schnepp of Union Vikings in this class received 7th place rate of gain of 3.78. Also receiving $5 from Plymouth County Cattlemen's Association.
Again, in this performance beef show, I think I know I'm giving up some average daily gain and sorting the pair this direction, but I think there's more product and width and muscle in the black baldy calf. He's not as long-bodied, but I think there's more real meat down his top and out of his hip. He is further along in his finish as well. I'd be curious to read his data. The calf that comes in second is a little longer-sided. He's a little trimmer, but he does give up some muscle down his top. He considerably looks flatter, just quite a bit flatter as you study him down to the base of his stifle from behind. So a nice pair of steers in this performance beef class.
Congratulations to Max Schnepp of Union Vikings for receiving first place in Class 3 of Performance Beef. And also congratulations to Mitchell Schnepp of Union Vikings receiving second place. Class number 4 of Performance Beef includes Mick Schnepp of Union Vikings. Mick's steer placed second in the rate of gain of 4.23. We also have Ava Vondrak of Liberty Perry Pacers in this class. Ava's steer had a 3.98 rate of gain, receiving 5th place. Parker Luch of Union Live Wires and Cooper Luch of Union Live Wires, Reagan Peters of Union Vikings, and Mick Schnepp of Union Vikings complete the class. Reagan Peters in this class, her steer received 6th place in the rate of gain. That rate of gain was 3.94. And Mick Schnepp's steer received 5th place, which was 3.98. There was a tie for 5th place, so you did not hear that incorrectly. There were 2 5th place winners for the rate of gain.
an interesting class here, and if I'm following along with how the show works, it's kind of a carcass context with a little bit of average daily gain figured in. And so as we sort through the cattle, the black and white calf the young lady has, one of the better gainers, a really muscular calf that's big in his top and big in his hip. He's a little more trim than a couple of the cattle just behind, but yet still finished. And honestly, to me, he's the easiest on the eyes as well, as far as just balance and practicality. The next two calves are a little different. The young man's calf's got more meat and muscle as I handle his top and view him from behind. He's not as long-bodied. He doesn't have quite the extra stretch to him. Maybe not quite as shapely through his hip, but he's got more width down his top. I like the uniformity of finish of the young lady steer in third. I think he handles really perfect over his last couple ribs. He's hit that target in point of around 5/10 or greater right away. Calf walks and tracks a little narrower and flatter, but that's a nice calf in terms of feed yard practicality and performance. Just doesn't come with the meat and muscle. A good gaining calf comes next that to me just views too one-dimensional and flat as I step in behind the cattle and view them as far as real muscle and substance, but a calf that's got some stretch and some length and some performance. The next two calves have muscle. They're finished. They gave up some average daily gain as I was revealed. The calf here, the black and white steer, he's got more top than the calf just behind, and he's more finished. The calf that's just behind, a little ouchy in how he handles his rear too. He's not as finished when you get your hands on him, but he has got some product. He has some muscle and real dimension as you step behind these steers.
Congratulations to Ava Vondrak for placing first in class number 4 of Performance Beef. She is representing Liberty Perry Pacers. Also, congratulations to second place winner of class 4, Mick Schnepp of Union Vikings. Coming into the ring now, we have class 5 of Performance Beef. In this class, we have Nicholas Vondrak of Liberty Perry Pacers. Nicholas had the 4th place steer for the rate of gain of 4.1. We also have Jaden Birkenpass of Lamar's FFA. Jaden had the 3rd place steer with a rate of gain of 4.21. And also Cooper Luch of Union Live Wires.
I think when you factor a lot of things together about this Performance Beef program, these two steers that surface with a considerable amount of average daily gain, to me, are very similar. It's very close as you study them from a lot of different viewpoints. So really, I have a hard time knowing exactly which one might dominate in the scan portion, but I think there's a little more handle quality in the black steer. I think both calves have a big top. I think he's a little more uniformly finished over his last couple ribs, and actually I just think he's sounder. If I was going to feed a pen full of them, to me him and his mates might be just a little more problem-free, but I think the red calf's really good. He's not quite as finished at that extra weight. He's got a big top and a muscular loin edge, big out of his hip, maybe a little flatter in his stifle. Those are two nice calves. The calf that comes in third, a big top, thick-ended calf, kind of high-twisted and flat in his stifle, a calf that I think's got enough fat on him to hit the right kind of grade. Maybe as you think about all things considered, his weight per day of age or average daily gain maybe didn't impress us quite the same that we found in the other cattle. So congratulations to these exhibitors, a nice trio of steers.
Congratulations to first place in class number 5 of performance beef goes to Nicholas Vondrack of Liberty Perry Pacers. Second place in class 5 goes to Jaden Birkenpass of Lamar's FFA. Congratulations also to third place in class 5, Cooper Luch of Union Live Wires. The judge will now select his champion and reserve champion performance beef. I'd like to take a minute to announce our sponsors for the trophies of the market division of our show today. The Champion Performance Beef Live is sponsored by Plymouth County Cattlemen. Reserve Champion Performance Beef Live by Plendle Feed Service. Champion Market Heifer by Brett and Hallie McNaughton. Reserve Champion Market Heifer, United Bank of Iowa, Kingsley. Lightweight Division Champion, Farmers Co-op in Remsen. Medium weight division champion beef, Brett and Hallie McNaughton. Heavyweight division champion, Farm Credit Services of America. Reserve Grand Champion Market Beef, sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America. Grand Champion Market Beef by Greg and Rhonda Ripke. Intermediate Showmanship, GHB Consulting, Glenda Hagee Blezik. Intermediate Showmanship, sponsored by Steve and Tanya Remenschneider. Junior Showmanship, sponsored by Gary and Rhonda Baden family. Junior Showmanship by Wayne and Julie Beatlesbacher. Senior Showmanship by Plymouth County Cattlemen. Top Average Daily Gain Heifer, Bob and Ruth Kennelly. Top Average Daily Gain Steer, Lamar's Toy Store. Reserve Champion Performance Beef Scan by Lamar's Toy Store. And Champion Performance Beef Scan, Udell Trucking, Inc. Let's go ahead and give a round of applause to our sponsors for today's trophies.
I think this is a really interesting program that you guys have the opportunity for your young people to participate in. I think that it's really hard to predict on my end what they scanned like, but I think the cattle that came out here relative to their weights and their endpoints had really, really exceptional average daily gains. They were cattle with meat and muscle and some finish, the adequate amount of finish to be really ideal. You know, I think there's a lot of different ways you could go, and I'm just going to pick the calf I like the best. He's got the most muscle. He's finished. I should say most relative to his weight. He's got the most muscle. I like the black and white calf. He'll be your champion. Put your hands together for this young lady. Young man brings us another really ideal calf in terms of finish. I think as far as width the top and muscle and finish, he's really, really similar to that champion. I like the heavyweight a lot. He'll be your reserve champion in my mind. Congratulations to this young man.
Congratulations to our champion performance beef winner, Ava Vondrack of Liberty Perry Pacers, and our reserve champion performance beef winner, Nick Vondrack of Liberty Perry Pacers. Our next class is class number 6 of market heifers. In this class, we have Carly Huth of Kingsley Pearson FFA. Carly's heifer had an average daily gain of 1.74 and weighs 960 pounds. We also have Faith Spenner of Union Vikings. Her heifer, had an average daily gain of 1.81 and a weight of 1,055 pounds. Paul Detloff of Johnson Juniors with an average daily gain of 1.88 and a weight of 1,085 pounds. Madison Utesh of Union Live Wires with an average daily gain of 2.31 and a weight of 1,085. And Brooks Spiedelsbacher of Grant Little Giants with an average daily gain of 2.1 and a weight of 1,090. I'm sorry about that. We're going to do the scans first before we move on to class number 6.
Okay. I would like to have the following 4-H'ers that are in the Beef of Merit. As I call your name, I want you to go ahead and come in with your calf. We need Jaden Birkenpass, Ava Vondrack, Mitch, if you want to line them up just kind of side by side. I'd like to have mixed chef with animal 6277. Nicholas Von Drack with animal 6289. Mitchell Schneff with animal 6200. Max Schneff with his 6279. Parker Lusch with 6264. Jackson Lindgren with 6258. Ava Vondrack with 6290. Lucas Sheehan with 895. Jackson Lindgren with 6257. Morgan Knapp with 6286. And Ava Spencer with 6273. And while those animals are coming in, I want to explain to you as a crowd, don't critique your judge based on this particular class. Because I would defy any one of you out here sitting in the stands to come out and be asked to do what he was asked to do. This contest that you have has some very specific specifications. These animals have to have a carcass between 550 and 1,050 pounds. They all made that. There was no problem with that. Where we start to get into it, they have to have a 2.2 or greater average daily gain. And in your contest, you as 4-H'ers listening out here, there was a couple ahead that did not make the 2.2. That's what put you out here in this particular lineup of exhibitors. These calves also have to have a yield grade of less than 3.5. 3.5 would be a kind of an industry average animal. 2s and 1s are extremely muscular, have a lot of lean red meat. 4s and 5s have a lot of fat. We had, when you looked at the calculated yields grades, and that's what tells you about what the muscle is on those particular calves, we had 4 of them that went into the yield grade 4s. When you get your sheets back, and you will here later, if you don't, please go to the office and tell them you want a sheet. I want you to take a look and see if you had an animal that was a yield grade 4. The reason why the industry discounts them is because it takes about 4 to 5 times as long to fab out a carcass that is a yield grade 4 than it does a yield grade 3. They're into putting beef through that packing plant as fast as they can. And so that's one of the reasons why they discount them. And on yield grade 4s, they were just discounting them $8 a hundredweight of carcass. The other thing that caught these cattle is they have to have a low choice or greater quality grade. That's an indication of how flavorful, how tender that meat is going to be, how juicy it's going to be. And that's where we got into trouble with this particular lineup in the whole contest. We had 8 animals that did not scan with a low choice or better. We had some that went low selects, we had some that went high selects, we had several that went standard. And they are discounted, and you'll see on that sheet there's the grid down on the bottom that tells you what the discounts were, but a standard carcass is $45 a hundredweight. That's a big loss that the 4-H'ers are incurring. So I would encourage you as 4-H'ers, go back, take a look at your data for your particular animals. I'm not going to talk everyone or explain everyone, but I want you, if you have questions, do be sure to contact me. Visit with me, call me. I'd be glad to visit with you about that, you know, what it was that took your particular animal out. I'm also going to defend your judge from this standpoint. There isn't anybody, any of us standing around here that's going to be able to look at every one of these steers that are standing out here and call the quality grade on them. We aren't really going to know. We do because of the ultrasound, and that's our best estimate, but you really won't know until you take them to your local locker or to a packer, and they give you that data back, and you get to see what they were. I'm guessing that some of it may be a function why they didn't quality grade, because we had heat stress last week. The fat, the marbling is the last thing to go into the carcass, and is the first thing when they're stressed that'll be taken out of the carcass. So with that, I want you to put, as a crowd, put your hands together, congratulate these exhibitors that compete in this contest. This is a part of being a cattle feeder. I hope all of you will continue to do this contest. I hope all of you will continue down the future to feed cattle. Make Plymouth County #1 in cattle feeding. Thank you for this. And now, I think Mike is plans now to excuse these and bring in our top 6. It's been a long day already for a lot of these 4-H'ers and a lot of these calves. My brother and I used to do a lot of showing, so I can appreciate the early mornings, and I'm guessing that there are some exhibitors that are probably out here about 2 and 3 in the morning, washing them, getting them ready, making sure that they're dry and that they look their best today for your judge. Now, for our top 6, I'd like to have these 4-H'ers come in. They're in no particular order. I would like to have Mason Peters with 62.68, Mick Schneff with 63.20. I'd like to have Aaron Johnson with 62.61. Cooper Lush with animals 62.62 and 62.63. And Reagan Peters was 62.67. So that will be your top 6 here, and then we'll talk about these. Okay. These were the top 6 that met all of the criteria that we were looking at. That's at the lower left of your page that we have. 6th hole, I'd like to have Aaron Johnson pull out 62.61 out to the center of the ring. This was an animal that I would say is a pretty solid industry animal as you looked at it. This steer gained 3.17. He had a yield grade of 2.78. He went low choice. This is the kind of steer, and he gained 3.17 that the industry, what I would consider kind of an industry average steer. Good, basic, solid numbers that a cattle feeder can live with. In 5th hole, we have Mason Peters. Mitch, if you want to hold that one, we'll just place him to the back there. Mason brought out an animal much the same in terms of a average data gain of 3.14. We had 3.17 before. Where this animal particularly excelled was when you started to look at the ribeye. And it scanned a 16.7 square inches with a yield grade consequently of 2.38. Very lean, muscular animal. In fourth hole, we had Cooper Lush with 62.63. Cooper brought one out, same kind of gain that we're looking at, 3.14, but we got a little heavier carcass there. We're going to look at an animal now that's got a 978-pound carcass, also went low choice, maybe not quite as much ribeye in relation to the size, scanned a 2.87 or calculated in terms of the yield grade. Third hole, we're going to bring out Cooper's other animals, 62.62. A bigger animal, 1,660 pounds, had a 10,038 calculated hot carcass weight. This animal, a little more fat cover, 3.71 hundredths, went low choice, a 3.09. But the fact that it had a little greater gain at 3.21 and went low choice is why we put this one in third hole. And now, for your top two exhibitors, your grand reserve today. Reagan Peters is going to have your reserve champion with 62.67. Let's pull that one out here. Yep. This animal, why it got up here is because we're looking now at gain, and we talked about gain being an important part of this contest. This animal went 3.94, had a big ribeye at 17.08. At this point, this animal almost went 2 square inches per 100 pounds of carcass, and that is ideal when you're looking at. Went low choice, a yield grade of 2.93. And your grand champion today is Mick Schneff. Now, Mick, I swear you must have been spoon feeding this animal because we had a gain of 4.23, and to have that with this kind of heat is doing tremendously well. The other thing that really excelled on your steer when you were looking at him, he scanned average choice. That was one of the higher scans, not the highest one. We had another one that scanned a little bit higher in terms of quality grade. But this, coupled with your gain, was enough to put you into grand champion hole today. I want now, as our crowd, I want to congratulate all 6 of these exhibitors that brought your top 6 place animals today. And do come back as a cattle feeder in Plymouth County. Thank you.
I don't think you have to sweet talk them snap boys.
Thank you. Congratulations to our Champion Performance Live winner, Ava Vondrack, and Reserve Champion Performance Live, Nicholas Vondrack. Also, congratulations to our Champion Performance Market Beef Scan, Mick Schnepp, and Reserve Champion Performance Market Beef Scan, Reagan Peters. Coming into the ring now is Class 6 of Market Heifers. We have Carly Huth of Kingsley Pearson FFA with an average daily gain of 1.74 and a weight of 960. Faith Spenner of Union Vikings with an average daily gain of 1.81 and a weight of 1,055. Paul Detloff of Johnson Juniors with an average daily gain of 1.88 and a weight of 1,085. Madison Utesh of Union Live Wires with an average daily gain of 2.31 and a weight of 1,085. And Brooks Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants with an average daily gain of 2.1 and a weight of 1,090.
Nice class, market heifers as we get started off in this market show. I think a pair of cattle that work up that are a little different in their type and kind. I probably like to see a little more finish on the red and white heifer, and that's where the pair becomes close. But as far as an adequate muscled market heifer with a structural build that is clearly higher quality, that's what favors the young man's red and white heifer. Big in her top and hip, sounder as she gets about the ring. The young man's heifer in second is more finished when you get your hands on her. A muscular heifer as well down her top and from behind. She's got a little bigger shoulder. She's not quite as mobile as she's asked to go. But those are the two power cattle that are adequate in their practicality. Then we come into a pair of black heifers that need more power and just shape. As you look down their tops and from behind, I thought the young lady's heifer was a little deeper and bolder through the middle part of her body. The young lady coming next with the little white on the heifer's tail, a bigger, longer topped kind of female that just flattens too much from behind. And then we conclude the set with a really boxy animal that I'd just like to stretch out to meet the demands of what I'd like to see for growth potential, but there's certainly enough shape and power in that heifer.
Congratulations to Paul Detloff of Johnson Juniors in class number 6 receiving first place. Congratulations to Brooks Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants receiving second place. In Class 7 of market heifers, we have Reagan Peters of MMCRU FFA with an average daily gain of 2.74 and a weight of 1130. Jarrett Westhoff of Grant Little Giants with an average daily gain of 2.53 and a weight of 1140. Lucas Sheehan of Union Live Wires with an average daily gain of 2.26 and a weight of 1170. And Tristan Sitzman of Grant Clever Clovers with an average daily gain of 2.26 and a weight of 1190. Just a couple of reminders here. Exhibitors, please make sure to thank your trophy donors. Also, sign up for the ribbon auction. The ribbon auction takes place on Monday, but sign up is due by 3 p.m. tomorrow, Saturday. We also would like to invite buyers to the ribbon auction on Monday, which takes place at 9 a.m. There will be sheep, swine, beef, rabbit, poultry, and meat goats.
Real solid class of market heifers. I think it just falls into place how they rank. Well, not only do we get to use the boldest and the most muscular heifer of the group, I think she's also the soundest and the best looking. So when we tie all of those things together, I think she stands alone as the winner at the top of this group. Young man, you got a very exceptional heifer. And I think you should be very proud of the work you put in and the selection you put in at finding your show calf for this summer, because I think highly of her. The heifer in second, she has got a nice practical look. She's bold and muscular in her own right. I think when we get into the nuts and bolts of it, she's not quite as shapely. She's a little plainer down through her chest and a little more awkward in how she travels and motors off of her hind leg. But the cattle are more similar than not, really, in 1 and 2, just as far as body mass and thickness of red meat and muscle. The young lady that's got the black and white heifer, a little trimmer made, a little more tidy underneath kind of female. I think there's some shape in this heifer. I think as you stand behind the cattle, not quite as impressive in terms of base width. Hands-on, that calf's a little bit more underfinished versus the top two. Young man, your front 1/3 of your heifer is probably the nicest of the group. She's really attractive in her head and neck, really long about her neck. She's fairly appropriate in terms of her finish and condition. We'd like to just see her hind leg to have more flex and mobility. If you could change her rear structure, that would change the dynamic of that class an awful lot. Congratulations. That's a really nice set of 4 market heifers to those exhibitors.
First place in Class 7 of market heifers goes to Jarrett Westhoff of Grant Little Giants. Second place goes to Tristan Sitzman of Grant Clever Clovers. Class number 8 of market heifers, we have Delaney Ross of Kingsley Patriots with an average daily gain of 2.19 and a weight of 12.05. Levi Sitzman of Grant Clever Clovers with an average daily gain of 2.69 and a weight of 13.35. And Mitchell Schnepp of Union Vikings with an average daily gain of 3.24 and a weight of 13.80.
Again, the quality continues here in our market heifer show. The black and white heifer, as soon as they hit the ring, I knew she'd be tough to get around in this class. I think a heifer that's shapely and bold and stout and yet dynamic in her look. She's attractive, she's clean in her chest and how it sets into her body cavity. I think a heifer that's sound enough, maybe not the most comfortable at times in how she steps down, particularly on her rear pastern, but when you can put together that much shape and boldness with that fresh of a handle and good look, I think that's really what allows her to elevate. I like the just depth of rib of the black heifer that comes in second. I think she's probably a little further along in her degree of finish. She's softer in her look. So you study her back into her flank. I think a female that hands-on, maybe not quite as impressive, and just in terms of balance, it's hard for her to keep pace with the winner in terms of neck and chest and shoulder design. But a really nice pair of cattle there at the top end of this class. Young man's heifer that's third, an easy feeding heifer. I commented to him, she's certainly got enough cover on. Maybe we could lean her up a little bit. I think hands-on, she's probably a little over-finished for my liking, but a nice pair of heifers, particularly at the top end.
Congratulations to Levi Sitzman for receiving first place in Class A to Market Heifers, representing Grant Clever Clovers. And second place in the class goes to Delaney Ross of Kingsley Patriots. Back in the ring now, we have our champion Market Heifers of those three classes. The judge will select his champion and reserve champion Market Heifers.
All right, an excellent market heifer show. The young people brought us really good market heifers. I won't take too much time, but I'll briefly discuss them. The red and white heifer needs a little more finish, but she's balanced and sound. The little black heifer, boxy and highly presented and bold and sound. maybe as you study into her, maybe not quite as much shape down her back as what you'd think. And you got to ask yourself, what is the right size? She's maybe just a little bit on the small side for me. Nice second behind her. The black and white heifer is a good shape, dynamic looking, sound heifer. Maybe not the same rib, maybe not quite as flexible in her pastern versus the heifer in front of her. And then that second behind her was a powerful one that's kind of got a bad attitude out here today. I think it's really tight between these two. I like the extra muscle shape of the young man's heifer that's black and white. He'll be your champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion market heifer, Levi Sitzman of Grant Clever Clovers. And also congratulations to our reserve champion market heifer, Jarrett Westoff of Grant Little Giants. Class number 9 of market steers, lightweight division, we have Olivia Spenner of Union Vikings with an average daily gain of 1.72 and a weight of 1050. Wyatt Dumas of Johnson Juniors with an average daily gain of 2.26 and a weight of 1065. Brooks Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants with an average daily gain of 2.17 and a weight of 1105. And Reed Huth of Kingsley Pearson FFA with an average daily gain of 1.97 and a weight of 1110. All right, the young people bring us good cattle again in our first steer class. The young man has had his calf out here for a practice lap already, but this time he's in here for the right class. Good calf, square, thick, shapely. He's got the right kind of finish relative to his height. He's just sounder than the other couple calves in the group, and that's what allows him to win. Young man, you got a really solid calf here in this lightweight class to win. Second place steers shapely over his loin, but he needs more right behind it. His shoulders, he's just a little bit peaked and flat there in his forerib, but that's a heavy structured calf that's not as finished and not as muscular
as the calf that wins the class. Then we get into a pair of cattle that couldn't be more different. I think between the two, you got a bigger, longer one that needs a little more muscle in the young man's steer, but I like his performance and I like his ability to have some reach and length of stride. And then we got a bigger bone kind of calf of the young ladies here next. Really heavy structured, got some shape but needs more feel and just boldness to his body. He's probably the furthest from his finished point today as well, but a really nice class there, particularly a good steer to win the class.
Our class winner of Class 9 lightweight division of market steers was Brooks Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants. Second place went to Reed Huth of Kingsley Pearson FFA. Class number 10 of market steers lightweight division is coming in next. We have Wyatt Spencer of Stanton Lucky Clovers with an average daily gain of 2.22 and a weight of 1140. Harper Welch of Johnson Juniors with an average daily gain of 2.85 and a weight of 1175. And Caden Worth of Classy Clovers with an average daily gain of 2.24 and a weight of 1195.
A nice class calves here, quite a bit different. The black calf, he's a finished steer that's sound. He could have a little more muscle. The Charlet calf that comes in second, I think has a little more meat and muscle down his top. He's a little bloated today, pretty full up on his left side, but he is a finished kind of practical ribbed steer. And then the Hereford calf that concludes the set, a bigger framed, longer bodied calf, a little further from his end point. When you study him over his rib cage, a little flatter muscled kind of steer in that set of three.
Congratulations to Caden Worth of Classy Clovers, winning Class 10 of Market Steers Lightweight Division. And second place in that class went to Wyatt Spencer of Stanton Lucky Clovers. The judge will now select his champion and reserve champion lightweight market steers.
Well, while the young man's coming in the ring with his second place calf out of Class 2, we'll begin our comments here in this division of lightweight market steers. I think as we work through the cattle, there'd be great differences in discussion. There's only one class eligible to be champion and reserve due to the average daily gain, because the first calf, I probably would use him to win because of his structure, muscle, and balance, but the way I'm told that and how we follow the rules here is that he doesn't meet the average daily gain, and so we're going to use the Class 2 first and second to be your champion and reserve. So congratulations to those exhibitors. Thank you for bringing your calves out. Put your hands together and congratulate these young people.
Congratulations to Caden Worth of Classy Clovers for the Champion Lightweight Division Market Steer. Also, congratulations to Wyatt Spencer of Stanton Lucky Clovers with the Reserve Champion Lightweight Division Market Steer. Coming in next into the ring, we have Class 11 of Market Steers, the Medium Weight Division. We have Larissa Sitzman of Grant Clever Clovers with an average daily gain of 2.74 and a weight of 1225. Ava Spencer of Stanton Lucky Clovers with an average daily gain of 2.06 and a weight of 1230. Alexa Worth of Classy Clovers with an average daily gain of 2.47 and a weight of 1235. Jordan Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants with an average daily gain of 2.4 and a weight of 1255. Wyatt Spencer of Stanton Lucky Clovers with an average daily gain of 2.26 and a weight of 1260. And Delaney Walrod of Johnson Juniors with an average daily gain of 3.01 and a weight of 1260.
The Plymouth County Cattlemen's will be grilling burgers towards the end of our show.
good class of steers. The top two steers surface rather handily. I think as you get into the discussion and breakdown of both of them, they're good cattle. I don't know if either one of them are blessed with a perfect set of feet and legs, but beyond that, I think cattle that have some good to them. The black steer, obviously a little more hair, but that has not everything to do with the way they're ranked. I think a calf that's got enough balance to him from the side. He's muscular down his top. A really big-ended calf that's wide out of his pins and stifle. I think standing, you like the build and assembly to his hip and his hind leg. You'd sure like to just smoothen up that shoulder design. He needs to be more athletic out of his front structure. I think that's a calf that, as you look at him, you do have to ask yourself just how big is he? Kind of like what we had to ask ourselves in the market effort show. You know, what is the appropriate height and length a steer or market animal needs to be? But I think a muscular, bold calf that's finished. The calf that comes in second is a little truer behind his blades. He'll surprise you in the amount of muscle and shape he has over his loin edge. I think a really adequately finished steer in terms of his last couple ribs. That calf wants to come up pretty short in his stride, a little more vertical there in terms of his movement, but a calf that holds his top line together truer, probably just runs out of gas when you step in behind him and study him in terms of base width. He'll flatten ever so slightly down to the surface. The next calf ends up third purely on muscle. He's a bigger topped, bolder steer that's a little plainer to look at than the two that worked up towards the top end of the class, and kudos to the young man for sticking with it. Calf was being pretty tough out here. The smoky calf is a bigger ribbed steer that's sounder than the one in front of him. Gets a little flatter as you step in behind the cattle, but he still has considerably more top shape than the next two cattle. Finish is what dictates the final two. Hands-on, the steer that's closer to his end point is entry number 215. The calf that concludes the set, a little flatter made, a little under finished, but a sound steer in terms of his feet and legs.
Congratulations to Larissa Sitzman of Grant Clever Clovers for winning that class. Second place in the class goes to Jordan Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants. Next in the ring is Class 12 of Market Steers, the medium weight steer. We have Jacob Schweitzberger from Kingsley Pearson FFA with an average daily gain of 2.87 and a weight of 1340. Larissa Sitzman of Grant Clever Clovers with an average daily gain of 2.56 and a weight of 1345. Jarrett Westhoff of Grant Little Giants with an average daily gain of 3.26 and a weight of 1380. Braylon McCarthy of Liberty Perry Pacers with an average daily gain of 2.53 and a weight of 1385. And Sophie Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants with an average daily gain of 3.24 and a weight of 1395.
Well, a fun class to evaluate here in our market steer show. I think as we get to an appropriate weight here, we got cattle that are fresh and muscular. We find some really good differences in the cattle. Young men, go ahead and circle your steer around here. I think when you put all things together, the calf that comes the closest to the center of the target is the calf here in the center of the ring. Really, I think there's plenty of muscle, and I should say 4 of the 5 calves, and of that, he's a big top calf that's big-ended, and of that, he is the fresh calf that's balanced. He's the calf that I think is the most ideal in terms of his structure, shoulder and knee, and set to his hip and hock and hind leg. He's got a little sheath, obviously, but I think that's just the highest quality, best balanced calf with adequate muscle. To me, he won fairly handily. Congratulations, young man, on your class winner. The calf that comes in second, probably in terms of hands-on, he's my favorite. A big top calf that's really fresh, right behind his shoulder blades. He's big over his loin edge. I think he's a bigger rumped, bigger stifled calf than the one that wins, and I think he handles himself more than adequate in terms of his structure at the ground, but he wants to come up in the center of his back. He's a little deeper in his chest, doesn't quite put together the same look of balance as the calf that wins. All things considered, muscle structure, body, the calf in third hits a lot of things that you like. He's a really finished calf when you get your hands on him. Big-ended, big-topped calf. He wants to get a little plainer. The longer you look at him from the side, he runs downhill. He's a little chunkier about his neck and cheek and just down through his chest floor. But a calf that's practical, sound, and wide, and that's why he beats the calf coming next. Young lady's got a really highly presented steer with a beautiful coat of hair. I think, that calf's really demanding to look at when he's parked profile. I think he kind of reveals himself in motion. You can just see he closes up and tightens up to his flank, wants to cross his back legs. He just needs more muscle to compete with them calves just ahead. The calf that concludes might be as heavy muscled, as wide built and powerful as any of the cattle in the group. I just took the most issue with his structure. If we could set his knee and shoulder into him a little better, his body width and muscle could really pay us more dividends in this class. But I think a really fun class of steers to evaluate. My congratulations goes to all of those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Braylon McCarthy of Liberty Perry Pacers for receiving first in class number 12 of Market Steers medium weight. Second place goes to Sophie Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants. The judge will now select for his champion and reserve champion medium weight division Market Steers.
Nice crossbred division here in our middleweights. As we work through the cattle, I almost wish we could have broke them apart. The first two could have been our champion in reserve lightweight, and our second two could have been our champion in reserve middleweight, because there's quite a big spread of weight and just variation from that regard as we get out here into our champion lineup. So I think it really makes you study in and think about a few things. The real boxy calf is this first class winner. He's really bold, he's really thick-ended and wide-based. It almost comes to the point that it's starting to compromise his structure a little bit as you study his shoulder and his knee. I think when you get your hands on him right behind his blades, I wish he was maybe just a pinch more genuine and just in terms of real shape. But I think he's a wide-built calf that's really finished. And I think at the end of the day, you got to ask yourself, what is the right size? And he's maybe just a little bit boxy for my liking. The calf that was second to him type-wise in terms of just length of cannon and extension and shape, he's probably a little closer to ideal. We just talked about him being slightly more vertical in terms of his structure, and that's kind of what sorted that pair. Got into our heavyweight class there, lots of good, honest black steers with some variation. The calf that surfaced to me was the best kind of cattle. I think as he gets out here, he's still not the squarest and boxiest in terms of his top and hip. But you get your hands on him, he's finished good, he's got some shape. I think from the side, he's the calf that puts together balance and structure to a high degree. He's got that extra sheath, and he's not just the squarest to his pins and stifle, but a nice steer in terms of presence, freshness, and shape. The calf that was second is a bold calf with a wide center rib cage and a big back. Maybe comes apart a little more in terms of his balance underneath. But I think there's a lot of nice steers. You could probably place your preferences where you please, and you can leave the ring happy thinking that you found a pretty nice show calf to win the class. I know how I like them, and I'm pretty confident in that. But put your hands together. Congratulate these exhibitors in this middleweight division.
Congratulations to Braylon McCarthy of Liberty Perry Pacers for the champion medium weight division market steer. And reserve champion medium weight division market steer goes to Sophie Beadlesbacher of Grant Little Giants.
We've only got 2 calves in the heavyweight division. Performance.
Coming into the ring now is class 13 of heavyweight market steers. The 2 exhibitors in this class include Aaron Johnson of Grant Clever Clovers with an average daily gain of 3.53 and a weight of 14.95, and Max Schneff of Union Vikings with an average daily gain of 4.95 and a weight of 17.40.
pair of heavyweight calves, both obviously gained a tremendous amount. There's more width and body mass in the young man's calf that wins. He's just a broad calf in terms of body and top. I bet it would be really interesting to see how big of a ribeye he could open up. Obviously, we don't find quite the just balance and assembly to the cattle in the group here that we've just looked at, but they're good, honest, growing calves that got a lot of shape to them. A little more finish in the calf in second. I like those parts about him. He's a practical kind of calf. Gets a little plainer in his shape, probably because of that extra cover, but a sound calf that's got some body width. Congratulations to these two exhibitors.
Congratulations to our champion heavyweight division winner, Max Schneff of Union Vikings. And our reserve champion heavyweight division goes to Aaron Johnson of Grant Clever Clovers. The judge will now be selecting his grand champion market beef and reserve champion market beef.
Well, it's been fun to work through your young people here in the steer show and market heifer show, I guess, as well. And it's obviously a great day to be at the fair. Beautiful weather, and you couldn't ask for a better fair experience here. And I've had a lot of fun working with your young people. One of the first things I spotted this morning was this beautiful trailer back here, and it looks like that's going to be maybe prized to the champion market beef. And I tell you what, I got thinking a little bit how interesting that was, and I've already complimented the heifer exhibitors on how many young people showed cattle throughout the day, how many were competitive and worked hard and put their best foot forward. And I'm sure it's things like that that really will entice these young people to continue to do it. And I guess I would challenge all of us around ringside, whether you're in cattle or pigs or sheep or whatever livestock species you're interested in, it's probably little things like that that can help us keep young people motivated and working hard in these projects. I think sometimes we get complacent and think whatever has been is just okay, and we too need to work to be better, not just the young people here in the ring. So my congratulations to your guys' fair board and volunteers that have put together this wonderful fair for your juniors here in Plymouth County. I've had a blast working with the young people in the steer show. To me, I'll share a few of the same sentiments that I shared in our heifer show. Stick with this project. You're going to get a lot of good out of it. Not only will you meet a lot of great people, but your responsibility and just things that will help you in your career, whether it's in or outside of agriculture, the skills that you'll cultivate during these times will be very important to you for the rest of your life. I think champion and reserve champion market animal is tight. I think there's some good discussion points, and it could be where you put your preferences and which calf you like. To me, it really boils down to two: the market heifer and the middleweight steer, as well as the reserve steer. Those reserve middleweight steer. Those three are the three in my mind that I'll wrestle with when I think about who needed to be your champion market animal. The market heifer is a really dynamic-looking heifer on the standstill. I like her length of neck, and the way her chest sits into her body cavity and the shape of her rib cage is probably my favorite of those three animals. She maybe isn't quite as broad in her back, maybe a little tentative in how she steps down on her ankle. I don't know if she's just the most awesome back into her flank, but a good heifer, and I think she's in the discussion. The market steer out of the Division II, good honest kind of calf with a good solid foot. It's fresh. I really like the way he presents his front end, his shoulder design. I think he's got enough shape. I think he's finished enough, but I think there's still gas in that steer's tank in terms of finish. I think he's got just enough muscle as well, but all things totaled up, I think that's a really good steer that's sound, got a nice look and adequate muscle. A really powerful calf was second to him that wasn't quite as mobile. And so I think when you start thinking through it, you could do a lot of different things. I do know the way I like them. I'll show you which way I do like them. But in the meantime, put your hands together, reward all of these young people in the ring and out of the ring that participated in the Beef Project.
Congratulations to Braylon McCarthy of Liberty Perry Pacers. He is your grand champion market beef. Congratulations to Sophie Beetlesbacher, your reserve champion market beef. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll start up Showmanship at 12:30. Congratulations, everybody. Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and begin showmanship now, starting with the seniors. So if you are interested in participating in senior showmanship, you may enter into the ring. If you are just joining us today, I just want to go ahead and introduce our judge again. It's Brady Jensen from Brookings, South Dakota. Our committee today is made up of Michael Beetlesbacher. He is our superintendent. And our assistants today are Mitch Johnson, Marshall Banks, Becky Beetlesbacher, and Justin Plendel. Let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
Well, a really competitive group of senior show people, and we won't spend a lot of extra time in showmanship because we've already watched these exhibitors come through a couple different times, or at least once today, depending on the exhibitor. After I'm done here, I'll go through and talk with a few of the young people, but these four really, to me, elevate, and it becomes challenging to decipher the details. Showmanship's hard to judge because a little bit of it is how you're doing today, but also how your calf is getting along today as well. And so some of the cattle have been shown and standing a while, and so they may be fighting you a little bit more or whatnot. But I think as we come out here for our champion showman, very close for reserve, but to me, champion really stands out. Young lady right here in front of me will be our champion showman. For reserve, we're going to use the young lady just in front of her. Not many showmen wear a tiara, but we'll let it pass today.
Congratulations to Sailor Yower for receiving the senior showmanship, champion senior showmanship, and reserve senior showmanship goes to Tessa Ellenzone. The senior showmanship trophies are sponsored by Plymouth County Cattlemen.
a really impressive set of intermediate showmen. I think there is a standout winner, again, much like we've seen. And then I think there's three here that we could think about for reserve. I think our standout winner, I'll go select, and then I'll look back and maybe work back through for our reserve. But thank you for participating in showmanship here after our lunch break. You guys have a very competitive county, and please pick the brains of the young people that were just in the top group of senior showmanship. Figure out what they do that makes them good. Watch them show. Ask them questions. And that's how you can continue to get better at this project. Those of you ringside, put your hands together and congratulate our intermediate show people.
Congratulations to champion intermediate showman Levi Sitzman, and reserve champion intermediate showman is Taylor DeRocher.
Sorry. I was like, I don't think.
The intermediate showmanship trophies are sponsored by GHB Consulting, Glenda Hagee Blezik, and Steve and Tanya Rebenschneider. I apologize. The champion intermediate showman was Tristan Sitzman. We're going to do 2 classes of junior showmanship just because we have so many individuals.
We gonna call back the 3 young people on this side to come back and compete for our champion junior showman. I believe we have 2 heats. So young man and the 2 young ladies will be called back for seniors. I worked back through the other 4 and gave them some tips and pointers on what to work for in the future. But let's congratulate them and give them a big round of applause as they exit the arena.
This is just a reminder to please make sure you sign up for the ribbon auction. The ribbon auction will take place on Monday, and the deadline to sign up is 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We also invite buyers to the ribbon auction on Monday at 9 a.m. This includes sheep, swine, beef, rabbit, poultry, and meat goats.
All right, again, worked through all the young people. The three here on this end will get our call back in this division. But why don't you guys ringside congratulate the efforts of everyone that brought a calf to the fair. What a tough division. Your future of your beef program in this county is bright. What a great group of kids out here working their tails off and doing a tremendous job. There's definitely a level of intensity here in our couple kids that work up to the top group. But just for beginners getting started into this program, they obviously have some good educators and leaders that help them get better. And I can challenge each of you to continue to work at this. You have a long ways to go. You're good today, but push yourself and make you better and make everyone in your county better by working harder, getting better cattle, getting more work in at home to make your cattle look better at the fair. I know which two I like, and I think to me they stand out, but everybody has the right to their own opinion I'll go shake the hands of the champion in reserve. You guys put your hands together while I congratulate them.
Congratulations to the champion junior showman, Jarrett Westhoff, and reserve champion junior showman, Levi Sitzman. We're going to do the club group of 5 here in a few minutes. Congratulations to Liberty Perry Pacers. They are our winners of the club group of 5.